some gleam, Mr. Owl, look at me. Now I'll burn all the memories of you. All those lonely miles that you ride. Now you walk with no one by your side. Did you ever even care with your swords and your stupid hand? Now watch me laugh. Is it part all the memories of you? Ladies and gentlemen, you've been the most beautiful audience. Remember to toss a coin if you can. If anyone needs me, I'll be at the bar. What for the earth is the point of no return. After everything we did, we saw your turn your back on me. What for the earth? Wash out the shiver. At the end of my days when I'm through, the world that I'm freedom will require us to us. Burn, butcher, burn, butcher, burn, 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 butcher,
Morning. So let's go, everybody. Okay, I got an interesting thing here on Twitch. First, chat test. Okay, mic check. Okay, let's go for the cam, which is starting up right now. Oh, hello there. Oh no, we missed Miwi. Miwi was just going up there. Ah, actually, let's miss that. Yeah, good morning. So I got this message from Twitch where it says if you something Crunchyroll, then drops. I don't have no idea what they mean. Yeah. So today we are going to work on the brush forger, trying to make the base, the current base, complete. Now I came up with this stupid idea, and we are going to do that. And that is once we finish with all the steps here. So currently we have two sets. I'm gonna make it 3. So we have the base set, and we have the parallax brush. And I've been wondering for a lot of time, like the base set over here, it comes with a prefab brush, which is very attractive. There's a lot of time in that. But oh, hello heavens! Thank you for waiting. Hey, hi there.
Hi.
Hi, I'm just starting with my current plan and devlog. Yeah. So currently I'm finishing the parallax brush, and I have this prefab brush, which would be a nice asset, but I need to have something in the base set. So previously, the base set, the prefab brush needs the base set. The parallax brush needs the prefab brush. So previously the base set came with the prefab brush, and the main reason behind that was I needed to give it something. But it turned out that the prefab brush is a little bit too big for a base set for free. So I was thinking about other brush types, but they are all very hard to do. So then I today came up with the idea to give it a line brush. Yeah. So this comes with, so I don't know, the arrows don't make sense. A line brush, and a line brush is a brush that just draws a line, and there's a line render, and you just plug in the points. That would be easy enough to do for the base set, so that I can then say, okay, this is going to be the base asset. It's going to be for free. The prefab brush, where a lot of development time did go in, is then one expansion, and the parallax brush is another extension. Because I also feel like giving away the base brush with the prefab brush for free is a little bit unfair to other creators, because when I see that what they give for free and what is paid, it was kind of not in balance. Like, to give this off for free would be a little bit too much, in my opinion. But if I just give the base set, the line brush and prefab brush and parallax brush, I actually have a very good, also a good business model where I can say, okay, the prefab brush, that's very attractive. I can sell it. I will still have to come up with a price. I thought it would be 30, and the parallax would be 20. So here the price has to be high enough to participate in sales. And this is 0. Yeah. So I think it has to be in dollar. So dollar. And you kind of go down and up a little bit. But yeah, that's basically the main idea. And this would be then complete, because giving the prefab brush with the base, and this has been bothering for quite some time. And the main reason why I didn't do anything about it was because the issue, the issues would have been that I had to have something else to give in, and today I just came up by just Going out of bed, I had the idea. I had a line brush. Just take a line renderer and draw on that. It actually is nearly a brush. It's very, very easy. It's like a board. And we can make that into an easy brush. That's how I got the idea. So, yeah. So, line brush plus base in Basecent. And the bad thing is, it of course.
I was watching a lot of Tom Green tonight. Do you know him?
Tom Green. I know Tom Hall. No. Tom Green. No. Just sounds familiar, but I think I don't know him. Okay. And the rest of the day we're going to take care of all the bugs.
He just does comedy stuff from a while ago.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I've never seen him. I mean he has a show, so he probably is much more famous for people who watch. I don't know. Show comedian of the 90s. Okay. So even though I grew up in the 90s, there's a good chance that he was popular in Germany. Because I think when it comes to comedians, they are pretty local. And that the comedians, Germany has their own comedians and their own comedic space. And I think it's actually true for most countries. Because then I think the nuances of culture just don't translate as well into other countries. That's why comedians normally they are just not televised. Yeah. But when I watch this stuff from comedians, I think it's really hard to translate. So that's why comedians don't get as much cover in at least stand-up comedians don't get as much cover in German media. So the usual comedians are that you know are some people like Jim Carrey, if you consider, but he's more of an actor, yeah, as a comedian. Yeah. Oh, he was later on MTV. Oh, MTV, that was. It was something. The MTV times were better times. Oh, but he got testicular cancer from working with MTV. Okay, it doesn't say that, but it's interesting that this is in one line. Okay.
Any new Star Wars episodes come out lately?
Episodes? No. I think the next one is going episode 10. Star Wars, and that is going to be scheduled in 2026, I think. So, then, but you have to differentiate. So in Star Wars, it wasn't that way before, but currently it's like this. In Star Wars, you have main Star Wars. These are the cinema movies. Yeah, these are called episodes. Yeah, have a length of approximately 140 minutes.
Oh yeah, I meant episodes of the series on Disney.
Yeah. 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 It's actually that the little movies in a series are also called episodes, which makes it a little bit harder to differentiate them. Yeah. Yeah. So normally I would say the episode. Yeah, there's episodes coming out. I still haven't watched them. I'm pretty much going to watch them soon. Currently, Andor is coming out, which is this one, and this is season 2. And you can see these one are have recently just been coming out.
Are the episodes movies in Star Wars always going backwards in time?
It goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they go forward in time, not backward. 8 and 9, and the thing that they have always been numbered correctly, like the T. If T is time goes like this, like normally. So they are also they are set in different years of the Star Wars timeline, but if you want to watch them from 1 to 9, it's very clear that they are one after another. The only thing is that George Lucas started here. These were the first ones. Then he did 1 to 3, and then Disney did 7, 9, 8. Yeah, so you can differentiate between those. It's so these are the first movies that have been produced. These are the second movies that have been produced, and these are the third ones, and that actually can be kind of confusing for new viewers, especially if there's no Star Wars fan who tells them that, or kind of gives them an introduction. So if you would normally watch in this order, which is the recommended order, you're going to jump from 3 to 4 and notice that suddenly the quality of the movie goes back to the early 80s. I think it was in 78, episode 4. Yeah, so the quality quite takes a jump there. Also the sound quality. It's still very good because they also worked on digital. Oh god. Digitizing the episode. Yeah. So that made it quite nice to watch nowadays. Also, they made some updates with the new episodes so that they don't feel so outdated. Yeah, and then you can watch 7, 8, 9, but 7, 8, 9 are optional because they're they're just there for the fans, I would say. They want more content and run out of it. Because 7, 8, 9 are kind of meh. I loved 8. Everybody hates number 8. I don't like 7 and 9. Yeah. 7 is the one that most people still think is good. And then they... And 9 is the one that everybody agrees upon. 9 is... feels out of Star Wars. Like, it's not a Star Wars movie. It's a little bit weird.
Which came out most recent?
9. Episode 9 is the one that is the most recent one. Yeah. So, but episode 9, I would not recommend you. Oh, actually, if you don't know Star Wars, episode 9 is fine. It's actually so, but if you don't have watched the other movies, then you would be like, okay, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. So if you're just for the normal family that probably did not watch all of the movies or does not remember, if you watch episode 9, you will be fine. Yeah, we would probably even like it. But if you watch the other movies, then you would see, okay, that the story is a little bit odd. Yeah, that it doesn't fit in. Like the powers that people have are
Have you read
kind of
Star
over the
Wars
top.
books or audiobooks?
I've read the books from episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The movies came out with books, and I have read the books. I can actually try to get one. Let me see. I've also read another set of books from Star Wars. So, but these are all books that I did read. So this is the book for episode 1. Yeah. And then it's the same as the story, but explains a little bit of the background. And I've read all of them, yeah, and these books, yeah, these books they then sometimes come with a little bit of extra. Like this one comes with the small comic. Now this is a little bit increase the cam size, yeah. So actually, it's just screenshots filed. I think it's funny that this has, if you go into the middle, it has just some colored sides. It actually feels nice, yeah. I'm a little bit worried because they feel like you can really pull them out here, but I think it's cool to have. And then these are for episode 3, 5, and 6. I have the books for that, and I've read all of them. Yeah. And actually, I don't remember much from the books. The books are pretty much the same as the movie. I think episode 3 explains a lot of important stuff. The book. The other books are pretty much the same as the movie. Yeah. Sometimes they follow through instead of the movie, but then explain a little bit of the thoughts and backgrounds. The bad thing is, I think they are not considered official canon. They have been official, so everything before Disney took over, what was in that book for the movie was fact. Yeah, that was seen as a Star Wars fact. Like they have their own universe, and then they build up their own facts. Now, and with Disney turnover, I think these are now alternative facts. Now they are like, it's treating them like, okay, this is the same story told from another perspective. So I say these might be true. Maybe the story is always a little bit different because it's told by somebody else. Yeah, so that's the explanation. But I want to look that up. So he's actually, you can see that cover here. Yeah, he's actually asking, is this one canon? They don't. I always pronounce canon. It's canon, I think. Canon. I think I pronounce it wrong.
Canon.
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 Canon. Okay. Canon. Yeah. Okay, then they have their own rule set developed for that. There's actually some kind of council that determines what is official and what not, because there's a lot of stuff going on in the Star Wars universe, and even if you are a fan of Star Wars, there's so much novels and stories coming out that they have some kind of council in the Star Wars not company segment of Disney. Don't know what they call that. Maybe the Star Wars division. I don't know. Star Wars department. Yeah. No, I don't know what they call it. Yeah, they determine what is canon and what not. Yeah. So it's because as a normal fan, there's so much stuff out there that it kind of contradicts itself in some places. So they need to have people working on what actually is canon and whatnot. And then the main explanation is what you see on screen is what actually happened. That is canon. Yeah, and the books, they might have happened. that's how it works, which is kind of meh. So yeah, so George Lucas also did that. A lot of people blame Disney for when they introduced Episode 7. They clearly said that they actually did go out there, and it was actually a good move that they did go out and clarify all the books that play in this timeline over here, because the book authors had their own timeline. They are not considered canon, yeah, anymore. So the books, there's books that also play after Episode 8, They're from the 90s or 80s, and they have another story than the official story. Yeah, because they are I wouldn't call them fan fiction. They're quite serious, but yeah, weren't done by the authors of the official story. So that's can can be an interesting thing, I guess. Oh, there's also games. Games also. Some games are now canon, and some are not. Yeah, like canon. There's Star Wars games. Star Wars games. Let's maybe just look at the list here. Okay, that's not Star Wars games. It's Star Wars games, Star games. There's a lot of games. More than those. There's definitely more than those ones. Yeah, like I think there's about 50 games if you also count the small ones, and they are also not telling the official story. Sometimes they make stuff happen, but then here's also yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, of Star Wars games. Yeah, playing all of those, you would be. I think if you would finish them completely, you would be busy for a year as a full-time job, which is interesting. Now most games are finished in like 24 hours. Completely. So let's say 2 games per week. Because if you're gaming, you can probably just work 48 hours and it will be fine. Let's see how many games there is. So let's first calculate these. 9, 18, 24, 39, 32, 42, 42, 86. So on here you see 89 games. Yeah. So would be half a year. Yeah, to finish those. Would take that seriously. Maybe if you play all Star Wars games as a main job, just stream that and put that on YouTube. Yeah, then I think you would even be able to make a living from that. So you would get a lot of fans in that time just by playing all the games. Yeah. But there's actually some Game Boy games in here. I even played this one, I think, or this one. I'm not sure. I think I played this one. Yeah.
Dino dance, 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 Dino dance.
Yo, hi there, Dino Dancing. lot of people coming by. Hi there.
Dino dance, 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 Dino dance.
I got it. Yeah. Because you're a pretty good dancer, I guess.
Haha.
Yo, hi, what's up?
Nice. WeChat's DIR?
Mir geht's super. Und dir? Ich bin auch ein bisschen müde.
Osh.
Still a bit tired from just getting up. I'm trying.
WER nicked.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up earlier lately, but it always takes a little bit of time. Really, your body until your body gets used to getting up earlier. Yeah. So normally the problem is that I go. Can just mute you, you know. Yeah. So the body takes a little bit of time to adjust when you are going to get up. You know, that's why always a little bit of problem. I can normally go to bed on 1 or 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Ich kann kein Englischisch.
Und du kannst kein Englisch. Ich dachte, du bist Ukrainer. Ach, da kannst du Deutsch, Russisch und Ukrainisch wahrscheinlich. Und welche Sprachen kannst du? Basti, welche
Ich kann
Sprachen?
nur Deutsch.
Du kannst nur Deutsch. Ach so, ja, stimmt, du bist. Ja, stimmt, ich verwechsel dich. Ja. Stimmt. Du hast es ja gar nicht gesagt, dass du. Ja, das war ein anderer, ja. Stimmt, du kannst nur Deutsch, ja. Englisch musst du noch lernen, ja. Aber Englisch ist, damit du in die Welt hinauskommst, ja. Später, kommt drauf an, was du später so arbeitest. Wenn du Handwerker wirst und Handwerker wirst oder Klempner, dann wirst du jetzt nicht so viel Englisch brauchen. Aber es ist schon ganz gut, um die Welt besser zu verstehen. Wenn du die Englisch rausholst. So yesterday I was fixing the performance issue. Looking if we still have a bug in here. Ich löse gerade verschiedene Fehler innerhalb des Systems. Ja. Oh, um Spenden anzunehmen, muss man erst eine bestimmte Anzahl an Followern haben. Du musst jetzt eine ein Twitch Affiliate zu sein. Und dazu brauchst du mindestens 100 Viewer, deinen Abonnenten. Und du brauchst regelmäßig, jedes Mal, wenn du streamst, brauchst du einen Viewer-Count von ungefähr 100. Also da kommen einige Dinge zusammen. Und deshalb habe ich da gar nichts eingestellt. Okay. Ja, also, man kann das noch nachgucken. Ich glaube, ich fall dann noch nicht. Kann da noch gar nicht versuchen, mich drunter zu bewerben. Aber ich sehe meine Follower nicht. Das kann man irgendwo nachschauen. Also ich sehe gerade nur meine Viewer. Und wie viele Follower ich habe, weiß ich gerade gar nicht. Ich glaube, ich müsste jetzt so auf die 90 zu gehen. Das müsste ich jetzt irgendwie meinen Kanal angucken. Ich glaube, ich krieg den Reiter hier jetzt gerade nicht. Wo du es sehen kannst. Ja, genau. Ich sag ja, ich gehe gerade auf die 90 zu. Das heißt, 11 bräuchte ich noch, dann habe ich die 100 geknackt. Ja, also 100 Abonnenten. Das wäre für mich schon ein kleiner Traum. Ja, für die meisten Leute ist das so, ja, ist nichts, Bro. Das 100 Abonnenten ist das, was die als Durchschnitt an Viewern haben. Ja. Aber für mich wäre das schon ganz cool, ja.
Was ist 7 times 7?
7 times 7. 7 mal 7. 49.
Neen. Ganz feiner Sand. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, respectful player. Okay, I respect that. How's it going, man? Yeah, I'm fixing things that people are not going to care about, but yeah, the typical programmer stuff. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? Also, are you also a developer or just randomly coming by?
Got auto mod.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to allow that. Great. Wanted to drop in on the stream. I'm not a coder really, but been looking into AI for prototyping new ideas. I was into web dev hell 15 years ago. Okay, 15 years ago. So you're not a coder, but you could be a front end developer. But 15 years ago, they also have been coders. So interesting. So what have you been doing in web development? Yeah, maybe there's also people who do Q&A, quality assurance, testing
I
support.
worked for a game dev working in Unity Semi recently.
Ah, okay. So what are you doing? There's also artists, designers. There's people who make button design, yeah? Like, I think we
I was a
normally build
community
on that.
manager for quite a while, haha.
Ah, community manager. So it sounds like it's not support. I think you just don't call it support team because that sounds cheap.
Customer experience.
Customer experience. Yeah, that's pretty much support. Yeah, but
There's really CS vs CX.
huh? CS versus CX? I don't know.
But community manager could easily be either.
Customer support, customer experience. Ah. So what's the difference? I don't actually know the difference. So you can kind of try to educate me.
In a startup doesn't really matter, haha.
Yeah.
CX is more marketing.
Ah, okay.
I guess.
Okay. It's important actually. Yeah. I think people underestimate how important marketing is. Like when I work with the company and they do the marketing and the bureaucracy and signing papers and selling stuff, I'm happy because I can focus on my stuff over here. And currently it goes like this. I make up my business plan and I just go in here. I have to do the planning first. First I have to planning, then I have to make a business plan and everything. Then it goes into coding. Like this is actually the area that takes the most effort, coding and making art and testing. So actually this is where I spend most of my time, coding and testing. But then I go into marketing. Yeah, marketing, and also having to manage the asset manage asset. Yeah, manage the asset in the store and write something descriptive and nice. So this is an asset, buy it, and go to all the forums, tell them that we have that now, make a YouTube video. So that's always something. Yeah, oh, the Autobot is pretty aggressive today. Yeah, so I think that makes me appreciate more that there's people who take that stuff away from me and to know what they are actually doing. So that I can focus on this part. Yeah, like I think now it makes you appreciate and not appreciate this part because you see that you can do it yourself, but you can see that if somebody does it and he does it really well, that it is a lot of value in here. Yeah. Mind showing me around what you're working on? You're super personal, not gonna personable. What's personable? Not gonna lie. What's that? Having a pleasant appearance and manner. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay, that's a nice compliment. Thank you. Yeah, that's I see that you also worked in marketing. That's you're doing a great job, I guess. So currently, I can show you the part that worked pretty fine. So basically, this is a brush system, and you can see that I can go in here. These are the objects that I have. Target is developers. So this is not for gamers. This is for developers in Unity, and I'm working on an asset, a line of asset. Yeah, this is 3 assets that I'm working on. So this is the core. The attire. I'm not sure how good are you in Unity. So how much have you worked with Unity? So what I did is this entire window here. This is my work. I can even hop in a Discord if you want to take a bit more naturally. Yeah, hop on a Discord. You have a Discord channel. Yeah, that would be faster. You can. I have a Discord channel. I can just go into a speech into a channel there. There's a link in the Twitch. I don't know if it works though, because I limit the access to the Discord server. Oh, I see you just joined. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Yo, what's up? Hello, hello?
Okay, I gotta mute you on stream. Hopefully your mic is also attached in Discord.
Oh, wait a second.
Is it?
Wait a second. I think...
Nope, probably not.
Yeah. Hello, hello?
Oh yeah, now I hear you.
Oh, hi,
Muted.
what's up?
Myself.
Yo, hi, how is it going?
Going good. Yeah, I was just first I was on a site called Streamers with zero viewers. You didn't show up there, but I went to Twitch and just sorted by lowest.
Oh yeah, so normally I have like 1 or 2 viewers, like
Yeah.
I know half a year ago, I actually every time that I streamed, I viewed myself, so I at least had 1 viewer. But yeah, well, I'm just like, yeah, it's coding stream, so I don't have to worry about getting viewers. I'm not going to get them anyway, because 90% you're just coding, and it's not the stuff that is going to attract a lot of people. But it helps me just to focus on my work, and sometimes have people come by, which is really interesting.
Yeah, random interaction. Like, are you like you're doing this for like full-time work, kind of making dev tools and stuff?
Yeah, currently I'm doing this for full-time work. Yeah, and when I'm finished, I will see what I'm doing next. Probably going to seek for a team after that. Yeah. So this is how it goes. So the original idea was for this. I was working on my own game. I'm also not taking this too seriously, but I was working on my own game after work every time, and I'm opening the game right now. And I needed a specific tool for that, and that's how I got the idea to make my own Bosch system. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you were asking. I'm like, I had Unity on my system always because like I was capturing stuff for the game, so I'm mostly familiar with the recorder and stuff. But yeah, I learned. We had some like game jam type stuff, so I like kicked around stuff.
Oh,
I'm definitely not a coder though. And
did you attend a game jam?
just like internal ones, like at my old work.
But your user
I
experience.
always wanted to do some like bigger one.
So what are you doing at the game jam then? So your user experience?
I can do like design stuff. I mean, it was probably a 20 person team at that time. So it's like there was a few game designers, but I mean, they had a lot of problems, so they kind of left as they came. But no, I mean, we split into some teams, and like everyone's doing a bit of design work and graphics and whatever. Everyone does what they're comfortable with.
Oh, yeah. Is it normally the guys that are a little bit more aware are the coders? Like the main reason I became a coder is because
that looks super cool.
I like to make things work. Yeah. I started with actually StarCraft, and in StarCraft we had this map editor where you can
I'm on board. Brood War.
I had the Brood Wars map editor, and when I was really small, and I started with doing maps.
And what UMS did you play?
I did not play online.
Oh, okay. Actually, like UMS maps, right? Like I used to play Poker Defense and stuff like that.
I played online in Warcraft and in StarCraft 2. Yeah, so this is also where I made some maps, but through web editing, I would like to just make my own custom campaigns and tell a story, and then I played them with my dad in LAN, in LAN.
Okay.
So I never did this stuff online, but that's how I got into coding. Yeah, and the thing that I'm showing over here now, it looks different in the game because the lightning setting and vignette is off, but
it's kind of like a 2.5D kind of.
No,
style,
it's 2D. Yeah, you could. 2D. It's not pixel art, yeah. So the main reason why I'm not doing pixel art is because it's faster to just draw it in and not to draw about pixel.
But I mean, like, there's a parallax effect on all that, right? So I mean, I guess it kind of counts as 2.5D.
Yeah, no,
it's trying to show.
Yeah, but I wouldn't consider it 2.5 because it doesn't have any 3D elements.
Everything is like a sprite or whatever.
Yeah, everything is a sprite. Yeah, I don't have any 3D element, so I wouldn't call it 2.5. It's 2D, but through the
kind of like Paper Mario, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Except Paper Mario is a 3D with the sprites spinning and stuff.
Yeah, so if you go in here, like you can see how the map actually looks. This is a test level, by the way, so it's not supposed to be for the user, but I was like, okay, I looked at the other games. The game looked like most of the environments looked like over here, yeah, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's actually I painted this myself, so I was like, yeah, I painted this myself. It took forever. The whole time. So I also do the drawings, yeah. And I was like, yeah. Then I look at other people, and they had these time maps everywhere, and I was like, oh, then now I need to have parallax effects in the background, but I can't draw the entire level. For you see the levels, the actual levels over here in the scene, in the project view. So I was like, yeah. So I need to have a system where I can just draw in a parallax effect just like that. Yeah. So the thing is, if it works now. Currently, I'm coding over here. If it works, I can go over here and with one stroke make the parallax effect like you see here in the background. Yeah, this is done with one stroke just by randomizing the objects inside of this container, and then
do you set like a depth, or you like to decide how many like deep it's gonna be?
Yeah, you can. This is if I go in here and click on the parent, I can decide how many layers does this have. And if you look at it, you can see that I now destructed the layers. Yeah. So this is one layer depth, which doesn't make any sense because then you don't have a parallax effect anymore. I can just reverse that though. So yeah, this is cute. Normally I go for 7 layers. 6 is also sufficient. Cost a little bit of performance though. I still have to look into the performance. It's okay-ish, but since you are spawning in a lot of objects in here in the background, I still have to measure if this is bad for the performance. So for me right now it works quite nice. I still am above 240 frames in the editor.
Yeah, and you're seeing more in the editor than you would in like the game, right?
Yeah, but without the objects I'm at 700 FPS, so I still have to measure. Now going from 700 to anything is pretty fast. You do anything in the editor and immediately drop your 700 FPS in the editor is only if you don't have anything in the scene. So that doesn't say much, but I know that there's an impact.
How does Unity work? Like, I mean, you've probably got a good graphics card in there. Like,
now this is a 4090.
Okay, but do you kind of like scale it down to like see how it'll work on like an Android phone or something?
You mean the resolution or what?
Like you're looking at the performance on your desktop, right?
Yeah.
Like someone else is going to be playing on their potato, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
How do you like? Do you scale it down in Unity? Like you can put some restraints on it.
You don't restrain it in Unity. You have to restrain your PC. So actually the best way to test it is still to go on a machine, an actual machine that has a worse graphics card. I also have
yeah, or there's some services that'll like test it in 100, I guess, for big companies.
Yeah, for a bigger country you would come up with something. So throw a developer on it, and he will come up with good ideas. Yeah, I mean, you can. The best way is you can still just go in first and go here into the hardware settings and MSI Afterburner, and you can just scale down your GPU,
whatever, 5060 modem and whatever else.
Yeah, and try to emulate other graphics card instead of throwing out a lot of devices and test on different PC and hardware, because that's going to take too much time, I guess. Yeah, maybe if you have a big company and a lot of money and personnel that you can throw at it, but I would still not recommend it because it would be a waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's virtual machines for that, I guess.
Yeah. But the main work that I have to do is I go in here and you just want to go in and pick a brush and draw really fast, yeah. And I'm trying to optimize for that you can go in, just set up the brush real fast. So also it's showing too many buttons right here, so I'm still solving bugs. But it's feature complete right now. So the features are complete. I'm still fighting with the bugs. Thankfully, since I've tried to keep the code real clean. Now this is all the code that you need to have this working. So you can see it's a lot. But since the code is quite clean, I'm still not overwhelmed by the bugs. Yeah. So if I see something, I see there's something with the tools going on. Okay, there's some. I see there's 2 eraser brushes. It should be 1, so it puts itself 2 times in there. I'm actually working on that bug right now. That's why I can't show the parallax effect. Yeah, but this makes me not quit my project because with bad coding, usually you get frustrated at this moment when things don't turn out as well. Yeah.
So it's basically like a Unity plugin that you're hoping like somebody devs and stuff will pick up, or do you have someone like that's actually using it already for a project?
Only me. So that's the bad thing. You since I've been working for myself, I know I've been working with other developers though. Yeah, so I've been coming from a from a company where I work with other Unity devs. Also have some in talks with real developers. So I try to
trying to find out the need and stuff, right?
Yeah, when I finish my asset, I give I let it review it by someone who I trust. So I know like he's also a Unity developer, and then I can say, okay, this has been reviewed. He will go over it, probably just go in and try to draw something in. Is this working? Try to break it. Yeah. So I hope he goes in and just tries out some random stuff, and then he gives me an evaluation if this tool is good or not. Yeah. So this is how I think working on your own for too long actually can hurt your performance if you're then cogged in your own thought process. So yeah. But
I mean, that's why kind of like why I started to get lonely. I was like prototyping this AI stuff for like a couple days, like just tossing stuff into Gemini and seeing what it spits out. And like at that point you think like you just need someone to like look at what you're doing or like talk to you a bit.
Yeah. I don't know. So with the AI is really moving fast. I think in half a year we don't know. We actually have no idea what's it going to be.
Yeah, because it's all if like they break through some like theoretic barriers and stuff, and like at that point it comes crazy. And it already seems to be breaking through some of those things this year.
Yeah, I have the feeling like we are always like plateauing like this. Yeah, like we had GPT-3, and currently we have GPT-4. Yeah.
My stream keeps hanging, but I can tell you're viciously putting something in MS Paint. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it got up.
This is like most people think AI would be like a steady curve, and if you even it out, it is. But we still have to come across what is it? AGI AI that actually that it's actually aware what creative. Yeah, the current AI works a lot with reasoning tokens and trying to scan everything that is out there and coming up with a solution from that. But it's not really aware of what it does. It doesn't really understand the context. It's more an imitation of the context that is there. So the next step would have to have an AI that is actually aware of what it's doing. Whatever that means.
Like, I guess it was more last year that like OpenAI had some like AGI internal or something, but like I'm almost certain when it happens, like you'll know, kind of thing.
Yeah, they will pretty much announce it as soon as possible for marketing reasons.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, the most interesting. I mean, of course, OpenAI got there first, but like for me, the most fascinating is that it's basically like shows all that like competition is needed and the value of open source and all that. That like. Once DeepSeek brought out their model, now like there's a new Chinese model dropping every week. Google had been like catching up so rapidly at the same time.
Yeah. So I'm just following it, and I have some models on my own PC, but they were image generation. I wanted to try out DeepSeek, but I sink my time into my own asset. I have to live on something.
Yeah.
And with AI, you can make money with AI, but mainly if you set up your own models and give it out as a service where people buy tokens to generate stuff, not by generating. It's a little bit harder with that.
Yeah. Well, the thing that like the hobbyist kind of models and stuff, I don't think they're gonna stack up right now because like there's huge investments from especially like Chinese firms and stuff, and they'll make them open source, and then like your little hobby project kind of looks nothing in comparison. Of course, like there's always kind of like independent devs in every part of it that like make some contribution, but it's just moving so fast right now that like the stuff I was using that's like kind of GitHub AI tools from like a year ago, like now they feel like, oh, okay, well, this is just going to be passed over in like a week by some big team with a ton of GPUs.
Yeah, I think teamwork is like when you're doing it alone, like what I was drawing earlier, where I said there's a circle where when you're doing it alone, you also have to do the marketing. At that point, it always makes sense to have a team. So everybody is focused on one thing, like the tech guy is teching and the marketing guy is marketing.
I guess that's really the power of startups. It's like seems like all the innovation comes from like a startup team of some people. I mean, right now in AI, not really the case, but like generally over time, it's been like 15 guys kind of all working on their own thread, and then the big companies don't innovate as much.
Yeah, so Meta talked about that. They actually tried to buy a lot of startups because the startups are very innovative. They did this in VR, and the startups just say no. They don't want to work for Meta. They want to.
Now they're getting antitrust. I think they're getting a ruling on Instagram now. 15 years later, right?
So what they like is to have an external contract then. And it turns out for them that this is a very good, steady income source to work with Meta then, but they don't have to be bought by the company then, and the company loses a little bit because it's much more expensive to pay a team, which is also trying to expand instead of expanding by yourself. But that's just what they said. And then they were pretty much broke in the VR space and turned back on that one.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to do in AI currently?
So I mean, I've thought about community stuff forever, kind of thing. And I mean, I tried a few game dev projects just to like test out Gemini and stuff. Like at first, I found out that Gemini 2.5 was like actually the shit. Mm-hmm. And like it can actually just code up projects on its own. So like me with my 15-year-old CSS knowledge and HTML can like rapidly prototype something that's like pretty much as good as like a third-year, I don't know, computer science student, because they're probably more into algorithms and stuff, but just like generally a coder that's like trying to learn web dev on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could go through that, and like my JavaScript knowledge is basically nothing, but I can also just feed into an AI, like generally read its output and stuff, and I feel like I'm getting 2 years of education in like 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like really cool to try to start stuff like that. And then I was like thinking back to like my biggest problem. I've been on Reddit and like platforms like this for, well, since they started basically. Like 2008, I made my Reddit account. Mm-hmm. And like, of course, everyone always talks about those things like going down quality over time. People have been saying that for like 15 years, 200 years, who knows, about everything. But like, oh, the next generation's ruining this, or what was it, Eternal September? Do you know that one?
So, I also think AI is very interesting for beginners. Now, I don't recommend it as hard as I probably should be as an tech enthusiast. I could also call me, but I've been a co-programmer for quite some time now, so have a master degree in computer science. But the thing is, I've coded, for example, in this asset that I have right here. I coded the player, and here what you see right here. That's something that I gave to with the AI as a code. So it would say, okay, it's a basic movement player, where I was like, okay, let's try out AI. How good AI would code a player, and it turns out that the AI had a pretty good start and idea of the structure, but in the details it was it was messing things up. In the script, it was hallucinating one variable that didn't exist. So that if I go here into this player script. So this script here, I've just used the AI assistant of JetBrains. Now this one isn't with the best models though, so you can take it with as an average AI. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what they're hooking into, or like, I mean,
it's closed. So I've tried to find out. Let's try it out again. JetBrains.
And this is you're
AI
just using
model.
JetBrains, which is an IDE, right?
Yeah, JetBrains is one of the most popular IDEs for coders. Yeah, so it's actually costs money, so it's not open source, but it has an AI assistant which is basically a normal AI specialized for coding. Yeah. So these are real tech guys, so they tend to be a little bit better in coding. But when
have you tried out the Google Gemini 2.5? Like, they released 2 previews in the last 6 months.
No, I've tried out Lemma. So if you go in here in the NVIDIA space, NVIDIA gives out shows off their AIs, yeah. And you can test these out, and sometimes I go in and test out their AIs and compare it to the JetBrains AI, and that's why I say, okay, sometimes this AI is much better than this AI, and vice versa. So you can just try out a bunch of AI. Now I could also try out Gemini and ChatGPT. Yeah.
I'm just really curious. Like, I only used it through a web interface. So, like, this is in your IDE. Does it have a context window of like everything in your project, or is it only going to look at your document, or based on what you ask it?
Yeah, I'm also confused by that one. So,
because like, if you ask it about something that's happening in a different file, is it going to have any idea?
So if I think it doesn't. Let's what do you think? Sometimes it can, sometimes it doesn't. I think of the. Let's ask the AI what it thinks of its class. This class. So no, it says it's getting the code. So, but I need the full class definition. Let me try again. Maybe it needs the namespace. Oh yeah, it can get in there. And you see that it has access to it. It just copied the code for some reason, which is interesting. Yeah,
and I totally get what you were saying before. Like, I think if you're learning coding, like if you're a first year computer science student, AI might be like completely poisonous to like anything you want to learn, because it is like basically at the point it's advancing right now, it can code up projects that like you don't have any fundamental understanding of, and it'll just make you look like a good student. But yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna like not set you up at all for the actual careers you want to get into in an AI future, right?
No. It's the same thing like doing levels in StarCraft. It will lead you into getting the real thing eventually. Yeah. Like if you want to, or if you just want to do it as a hobby and have some fun, yeah, just try it out. Yeah. pretty much, and maybe it leads to a hobby. If you want to make money though, I think with you can go out there. I've also tried out to sell AI generated images. Like I generated these on my own PC. Can show how the images look like. I go in here, but they don't sell that well. Yeah, so I have these images over here, and these are in 4K. Yeah, 4K landscape.
You tried to sell these on a.
I do
asset
sell
store,
these,
yeah.
yeah. So this is how they look like. They are in 4K, so it takes a lot of time to generate these because AI is they train the images on 512 to 512, and the neural images work with 1024. So you have to upscale them, and that just takes an hour for an image if you are unlucky.
Yes, and I mean, I forgot what you said your card was, but like it's all VRM dependent, right? Especially for video and stuff. It seems like all the models coming out now, you basically need the top of the line to even run it in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, so even I did sometimes I just run out of VRAM, so it was kind of annoying. Sometimes it came out in 10 minutes, sometimes in an hour, and sometimes it didn't come out because it ran out of VRAM. But you would know that just by after 2 hours you quit that. And so this is one of the reasons why I stopped working with AI images, and the thing doesn't sell. Yeah, so I came up with all these images and made also a parallax effect for an asset.
Well, isn't the thing like you're a coder? Like, is there any reason why you would be the best at prompting this AI and you don't have like the best rendering system and whatever else? So
No.
like, there's no reason why you would be the best at this, right?
No,
Or
you're
it's too generalized.
you're prompting. So I got good with Comfy AI, the editor for image editing with AI. I got really good at that, but you don't have to be a coder for that one. For the code, I didn't do any coding there, to be honest. Yeah. So for you have some insights with the background and knowledge and understanding how the AI model works, but not code. Yeah. But the bad thing is it took too long, and the composition, when it comes to the neat little details, it's a repeating image, by the way. It repeats itself. Yeah. So that makes the AI generation longer. Yeah. When I put them together, I was like, okay, now I put together these trees with this grass, and then the art style doesn't match. And I'm like, okay, no, I need to make more images, yeah, and they take forever. Now with the time it goes faster, but if you have an artist and he draws this, here in the details, I had to in the end just make this a little bit blurry, because I had to cut out the background here. And an artist has more information. Like if you layer this with drawing, and then you have real layers, then the opacity values are a little bit better than what I can generate or imitate. So they have the real stroke data from each pen stroke, which is not in this image. So the quality is also it's okay. I cannot draw this as fast as the AI generates it, but I cannot beat an artist. Yeah. And
Yeah, but I mean, I guess that's my point would be just that like AI can beat an artist at this point, right? Like in all factors, it's just getting it to the right point. Like, and someone can do it. If not you, like someone will do it, and someone will charge for it.
Yeah. So maybe the thing is nowadays, if you go into the Unity asset store, you have to mark your asset as AI generated. And if somebody looks into here and looks for a 3D model, you can people who search in here are going to sort out the AI generated stuff immediately, so they
Yeah,
don't even
Because
find
like
it.
yeah, the interest will drop to zero, even if it's like the best one. Like of course you'll want to have something hand drawn that you can like trace where it came from and stuff.
Yeah, because if you can do it, everybody can do it, and then the value is just not there. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of believe that like this ecosystem. I don't know what's a good comparison, but like, of course, like traditional game development will continue, but it just takes like one person releasing something like Balatro kind of popularity,
Mhm.
but like completely AI, and then like the whole script flips because like you just need to like get it over some point, and then like everyone's like, oh, why are we doing it this way?
Mm.
And I think big game dev studios are already pushing out slop, right?
um,
Trying to get like to the state where they can release it.
I think everybody tried to hop onto AI and then realized, okay, it's still for experts. It's the same thing. Like in the art, it's just an example. An artist can work with this and still put in a lot of work to make this look like a real thing. But he needs to have this. He has his background knowledge how he would imitate real pen strokes on these areas where you would see a little bit of opacity here. Yeah. You're still going to have a lot of work. In coding, it's even worse. So my experience, what I've here with the player, the AI would generate. A player is really easy to do, and I also asked the AI in a couple of fields. But when it comes to the problems that we come across, where Unity just doesn't register a click, or we have some weird quirk in Unity where it adds too many buttons or something, then the programmer is going to spend his time on that and trying to find out why things that seem to work don't work. And then you still need the programmer, and that's where I spend 80% of my time. Yeah, so most of the time I can also come up with the general concept of the code, write down these are the variables, these are the methods, and then spend most of my time I spend in trying to get the method to work, because something in here doesn't work like expected. And the AI makes the same mistakes as a programmer right now. I think it will be different in 2 to 3 years, but that's just a prediction. And so this is why I'm also like, yeah, it's nice for beginners, but it's not. At the current state, the AI just does too many things wrong, and if you don't know what you're doing, AI is actually overwhelming and a beginner by throwing too many things at them. And I've seen people trying to make a whole game without coding knowledge, and they're like, okay, I'm just prompting the AI to fix things, and yeah, that didn't work out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I tried it. I totally understand like what happened. I made a little 2D game in like just a few hours, making up something. And I mean, you do need to like debug it working through Gemini 2.5, and it was like I need to debug it like every other generation, but like anything I asked for, it could get there. Like I was like prescient of its like limitations, right? But I know it's not gonna, if I give it a long like crazy game doc like what I want to see, it's not gonna get everything. But if I wanted to do this specific thing in a 2D engine, like it can get there like 100% of the time. I don't know what other garbage it's adding to the code base, right? But like it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to do something that the AI understands very well, and it's kind of hard to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to see what I did? I can show you.
Yeah. Okay. Show me. Let's just see.
Discord.
No, I think that the Gemini models, what they sound like much better what I I'm working with. But yeah, I don't know.
My ultra wide might be a bit hard to see on Discord or something, but do you see it?
Well, let me look at it. Oh, I can actually see your ultra wide.
So you can see everything. You can read it at least.
Still have to look at the quality settings.
Oh, maybe I'm streaming in some low quality too.
It's currently at 720p.
Yeah, that's probably the limitation, right? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
so
I can
it's-
change it up.
So I'm
You can
on,
find it.
yeah, I'm in on a 4040p monitor.
Oh no, I can't go to 1080. You need turbo for that.
Ah, okay.
Maybe I can just share a smaller area. That'll make it much more watchable. Change stream.
Well, I could still try to guess.
Problem is, I think I can't. Oh, okay. I can switch from gaming to this.
Ah, you have
Screen share.
you've set it to a split screen setting.
Maybe that's better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, then I can.
Yeah, I was on some game streaming mode. Probably.
Yeah, and then I can kind of.
So do you know
see
do
everything.
you know this Love engine?
No.
I think I heard about it just because Balatro was coded in it, right? You know Balatro, and I heard that it was a pretty successful indie game and developed in such a rudimentary. It's kind of like a game maker one. Like I don't know, it's a Lua scripting, right? So that's like the most basic every game modder learns first, right?
The Warcraft engine is also in Lua. So.
Yeah, like Gary's mod and stuff. That's where I remember hearing that.
Yeah, a lot is in Lua.
So let's see what I started with, like April 26th. Well, that was nothing. I think I just asked it originally for something. Then I was like, make a simple gacha game, and it came up with this, which is pretty decent. Like it's at least a framework. And then I forget what else I asked it for. Okay, then I gave it some assets, and it did like a 10 pull and stuff. Then what happened? Then syntax error, of course. I had some fun with seeing if it could do animations and stuff.
Ah.
There's the really annoying background music I made. Probably can't hear that.
I can
Then I
hear
was
that.
just seeing how far can I push it with graphics? And it kept asking it to do more and more. There were some problems on the way, right? I finally added a mute button. But then I was like, okay, this is nice, but probably the code file is getting too long and it can't keep reading everything. This is zero coding from my hand, and that's pretty good for starting from scratch.
Yeah, can I watch your stream on stream? So
yeah, if you want to put it
Okay.
on. I don't.
okay, all right. So because I've a fourth monitor, but then that one is a little bit higher up. So okay, yeah. The only thing that is a little bit bad for me is the frame rate, but I just trust. I have to interpolate that by myself then.
Yeah, I don't know any better way. I wish I could stream a portion of my screen on Discord. It'll probably work better.
It's completely okay. It's
But you
we're in
can
the
see the general idea.
development and the
It looks perfect in reality. Okay, and then at some point
Yeah.
I was like, this isn't going to work because I can show you the files in before it was going to make all these subfiles and stuff, and I'm not doing it through any IDE. I'm just asking it for files, right?
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay, how can I actually make this as easy as possible? And then I just put it all in one file, and of course everything kind of messed up. It tried to refactor everything, but then starting again from scratch, I was like, oh, the other thing, it had a lot of problems getting it into a state where it could go full screen. You probably can't see. Can I go full screen? Let's see. Yeah. So you see it handles the full screen quite well. And if I resize something, it's this is all stuff that's not naturally in the game engine or something. I just asked it can you work it out? And I don't know if it went through some Google searches to figure it out, but eventually it got there that it was not crashing anymore. And that's something that might take a programmer a few days to figure out, just if they're not starting from some boilerplate, right?
Yeah. probably. Like, I would like to look at the code base because that's where you have to just say, okay, trust me, bro. When you work with AI, you just say, okay, there's something not working out. I don't want to look at the code and read it. I just want to say what is the issue and report on that and fix that. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that's all I was doing. Like at this point, I have zero experience in Lua, kind of, so I was just tossing it in. But now, like, I'm doing a web dev project, I can at least like look at the CSS and stuff and tell it like this is what's going wrong, because it can't actually seem to see the final output, though. Like they have their system for that. Anyways,
It doesn't see its own output.
Yeah, because it has this like code execution thing, but I think it's a totally separate thing, which, I mean, they are building it, right? That it's I don't know where it is. And they just announced some stuff today too that build apps with Gemini, right? Like, and here they have the code editor in their studio, and probably they want to use it like not in the web, but I mean, it's very Google in a way, right? So like this, it can probably edit the code files yourself on there, but it's clearly not set up. It's for a couple of different things right now, but not set up for this or for full like web development, I guess. Well, I can just show you my end project. Like, so I wanted to make just some kind of gacha game where you'll play with food and like, I don't know, pick combine three kind of game. So I just kept asking for more stuff, and then finally I was like working on some particle systems or something. Yeah, and that's really what interested me the most, to try out like some graphics. What can it do? In each one, it made kind of unique particles, which like probably like something like someone like you knows like where to grab those from an asset store and stuff. But like if you're coding it from scratch, it definitely takes a while. And I wonder how much of this is just pulled directly from someone's online free tutorial on like how to make this particle effect. Maybe
everything. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, ask a coder, and he will also just pull it from someone's directory, make some kind of changes so it fits into his own variables, and yeah, basically it's the same. So
maybe it's hard to see on stream, but like I asked it like to do the like gravity and everything for these, and like it even like pulls together when you have the same ones. It kind of sticks together. So like this is all stuff that like I wouldn't get to in game development until like I can code like basic 2D physics, right? And I'm just asking the AI to like work through it. So I mean, I guess that's kind of like
physics. It will be hard.
Yeah. So that stuff I would never get to as like a layman kind of just playing with it. I'm not going to get to that, and I'm probably going to lose interest way before that.
The physics, you usually don't implement the physics by yourself anymore nowadays. If you write from scratch, you're in 3D, you're taking the NVIDIA drivers, and they have the physics engine. It's actually called PhysX driver, and they do it for 3D, and you can also use that for 2D. Of course, you would be always faster if you would do everything by yourself, but that's time inefficient, and you're going to have more bugs to solve. Yeah, so even with an AI, since 2D, I think 2D graphic physics are still doable, but from a coding perspective, you would try to find a good library first and try that out before you're going to say, okay, that doesn't work out, and I try it by myself then.
Yeah, and that's something this AI might not have. I mean, maybe I just wasn't able to give it the good context, but at some point I'm like, yeah, probably someone would use just a library for this. So at some point I like looked up what the most common library in this this engine is like to handle a lot of these things, and I'm like, okay, I installed this library. Can you do anything with it? And it totally didn't understand like what version, because it was a very specific thing that
Yeah.
someone like yourself would have built, and it's not reading through all the documentation. It could theoretically, right? Like it has like the knowledge to make it work, but
It's not trained on it. I think.
yeah, and I don't know how their settings work. Like it says that it can Google search and stuff, but it's not doing it very well. So you need to give it all the context.
Yeah,
But that's
so
the crazy thing, their context window is 1 million tokens. And like theirs is the biggest, kind of, from what I understand, biggest out of any of the AI companies. And that's
Yeah.
like a crazy code base.
yeah, Gemini is not for no reason well known for being in advance to ChatGPT sometimes. So they're always trying to get on top of each other, yeah. And then I'm not sure in the details what model is better in which topic, and then they have different models targeting different systems. So it's not easy to lose track there.
Yeah, for that whole basic game that I coded, it comes out to 18,000 tokens, right?
Yeah.
So like theoretically, this could build a huge project before you start getting into like the problem of can it actually understand everything, I think.
Yeah. Would just say with Gemini, you are working with one of the current top of the line models, and you wouldn't worry about switching to another model. Like just try to keep up with the model itself in Gemini. But if you take another model, you would probably just start another project. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then I can show you if you're still curious. You don't need to keep watching if you don't want to. This is the web development project I started on.
Yeah,
Because like
I would maybe maybe take 10 minutes. Yeah.
Go ahead. I mean, do you
Oh,
want
no.
to
I would like to keep watching for 10 minutes.
Okay. Then I'll walk you through it. So this is like, I was thinking, can you make a full web development project? So I just asked it like, make me a Reddit clone. And now, how do I show this? Oh, right. I'm like super amateur, and that's like, it's crazy. I think that I could get to this point now because like, even though I've been in like kind of around the space, I have zero coding knowledge, right? I guess you can say I know CSS and HTML. That's about it.
Okay.
So this is the first thing it spit out. Well, okay, I think this is a few steps, but generally it made the whole project, and it's using some lightweight framework, making a Python app. Flask is it? You've ever heard of it? And I mean, this is pretty basic, but it was able to make it all functional and generally like not throw up a bunch of errors and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see like my general idea was what I was going to build is like a platform that AIs couldn't use. So it's like using AI against itself, right?
Okay.
So I had some idea to, let's see, like, can it make a typing test or something where the AI couldn't beat it, right? So I put some restrictions on typing and like told it like, oh, if they go over 200 characters per minute, 10 characters per second, yeah, something like that. Like just stop them from typing it. And if they try and paste in like a paragraph of text or something, like we want people to not just take their ChatGPT output here. But then I tried to make it like actually output like some kind of, is it in this version? Might be in the next version. Yeah, probably this version.
So I would aim for the general user to not be able to make a ChatGPT prompt work in that comment. The hackers are still going to find a way.
Yeah, that is what I think. I started like, now let's like push it. Like I made some auto hotkey script to like just type in a paragraph, right? Like there's always, it's going to be a arms race, but my general philosophy would be like, if you can just make it over a certain level,
that there's not just like a free tool that you can download and then just beat the system, then the kind of like community moderation and like the general things that stop Reddit from being full of AI spam, which it might be full of AI spam now, it's
Mhm.
gonna like stop it at some point, like just if there's a community that's engaged enough on that point.
Yeah, like
Um,
on Reddit, there's set to be 80% of bots. Like but that's just a claim. Like we don't actually know. Actually, the people who
well,
claim
and I
this.
think that's the biggest problem is that you don't know. Like any independent person, like you're just tossing out a guess if it's AI or not. What was I doing? Launching this one.
But maybe it's better that way, so people don't take things in the internet for face value anymore.
Yeah, but that's the really thing that's been bothering me so much. And like, the internet used to be so cool, right? Used to be like forums and stuff where you knew it. Like,
Mhm.
it's not just an AI problem. I think that's just the latest thing, right? But previously, it was like so many things that like the TikTok algorithm and Facebook is doing all these monetization things and whatever else. Like, and Discord now instead of IRC channels. Like everything's become like one layer of abstraction from actually like humans talking.
Mhm.
It's all like trying to get the top comment or whatever else. So that's generally my philosophy going into it. That like, can you make something that will actually encourage people to like write something that they actually write, and that like they're not just tossing some slop in because they think they'll get some upvotes or whatever.
Yeah. So from what I know, every big platform is trying to sort out the bots. Currently, I think they are doing that in the overdrive mode to sort them out. And there's actual programmers on that. So I know this pretty much from university, and you can also look it up that there's people working on bot detection. Yeah. In my experience, if I look at the bot detection on Twitch, the bot detection there is awful. I just turned their filters on and I still get one bot per day. Now it's the same site that goes in and has a ton of bot accounts, and I just worked it out with filtering out the site that they're advertising, and that works. So I'm a little bit confused why Twitch couldn't figure that out, because they should with their algorithms.
But you know, it's like every platform has some of that problem. There's always going to be some. I don't know. Like, is there one platform that's completely figured it out?
Yeah. So in your case, you can just write an AI that is going to have the typing speed of a human, and
or it'll learn from humans. That's why I kind of abandoned this idea, because I don't think I can build clearly better than Meta's engineers or whoever anti-spam system. That's not what I was going for, right? But I think that if you build a community from the ground up with a kind of understanding that there's some like wall, like maybe you'll have to do a little picture or something to prove that you're a human. Like, it can't just be a CAPTCHA, right? Because like CAPTCHA will just confirm that you're not you're a human pressing the submit button, right?
Yeah, you can still with two-factor authentication. You cannot fake that right now. Yeah, and this is actually something that bots won't be faking in the future. So this is the best thing that you have to force every new user to use two-factor authentication.
But see, that only solves the problem of having an account, right? The problem of like me going to what's the Reddit community that's always like, am I the asshole, right? I could right now go to ChatGPT, grab a output, and then submit my text post and just paste it in. And as long as I format it correctly and stuff, there's no detection, right?
Yeah. And
it's never going to tell me that, oh, this is an AI output. Like, it's just going to be humans that like read that.
Yeah, and there probably is a bunch of bots already active or have been tried out for that.
There was a big scandal actually recently. It's a university. Did you hear about this? University Switzerland.
Yeah. I know that one.
Reddit bots.
I think this where the claim came from that this many percent of posts are from AI. Yeah, I've seen that scandal. It was also that I had in my head there.
Right, but that's just like it just muddies the water. It doesn't matter if like any individual post is. It matters if like people think that some of the posts are. I think that's the biggest thing.
Mhm.
Because like in the early days of the internet, you didn't have a like prejudgment on anything content online.
We also had Windows XP, which looked awesome. It didn't perform that well though. But yeah, that area is gone. Yeah, and it's not coming back, I guess.
Well, that's what I want. Like, I think you can build off of that nostalgia that people already think that the internet's. I just started pulling things. People are all complaining about like corporate interests of the internet, right?
Mhm.
Like these are the kind of people that you would want to capture, that like think that the internet was more fun before, and it was. I think like most people that like seen the development, like see that Facebook came and then like everything became social media, and it just went downhill from there. But I think like building from this understanding that like people are here that still want to have a authentic conversation, not like about the things people were talking about forums in 2003, but like just generally not. It's really hard to quantify, right? Because it's like people know what's happening, but it's hard to like describe really what happened.
Mhm. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm getting away from it, but that's like generally what I've been building with AI, and like trying to prototype different things, and even asking it like, what are your ideas of like something that could be a reasonable roadblock that people would still do
Mhm.
to like kind of prove that they're human. And it is a really tough question, because my next idea was with like drawing stuff, and there's problems with every solution, right? It's just you got to get to the like right point where there is like a reasonable enough solution that people will go through it to like get to this better platform, I think.
Yeah. You're going to go into a couple of challenges. It's I think the biggest issue is still if you're going to launch a website, that getting users that actually are active is also something.
Yeah.
Well,
Content. I think users come when there's content, but you can't just like scrape content from the web or something, and you gotta like. I mean, I was there when like Reddit was basically founding. It's very organic growth that probably can't be replicated easily.
Yeah, that's something where I also see. Back then we had with MySpace, for example. MySpace is practically gone. They try to come back in the recent years, but they're practically gone right now as a challenger to Facebook. I don't see, for example, another Facebook coming up. There have been tons of startups trying to be the next Twitter.
Blue Sky and stuff, like they're taking off, but they're not going to capture the audience that Twitter had, and that's like it's why it's probably actually Elon didn't overpay for it, because you can never rebuild that for free or for like any amount of money, kind of thing.
Well, the ones that made it, like Twitter came after Facebook or TikTok, they are basically worse. So Instagram, Snapchat. So there's actually some who make it, yeah. But those who try to be ethical tend to be one step behind always in some kind of idea. But what keeps people on those platforms is actually that they have real friends using their platform. And
do that? Like, I mean, if I talk to anyone my age, I mean, Instagram, I think, is the one example of like a successful platform that continues to keep going. But
yeah,
the people aren't talking to their friends on it; they're maybe sending them memes.
Oh no! I'm only okay. So that's out of your perception, but for example, I do a lot of sports or
Mhm.
cosplay. Now I'm not very active in the cosplay. I'm kind of active in the cosplay scene, but not anything near the
Okay, now I
people.
have to see this, but I'm learning more about you, random stranger, and it's fascinating.
But the people over there, they all switched to Instagram from Facebook because they thought, like all the boomers, they post
Yeah,
their bullshit
Facebook
posts.
became super uncool in like 2016.
Yeah, and yeah, because all the boomers were on it, and the posts, it was very, very bad in doom scrolling. Like, you can doom scroll on Facebook very, very fast. Yeah, and on Instagram, when I meet other cosplayers, well, people who do the same sport activities as me, we normally exchange the Twitter accounts, and then you can see a little bit what tournaments they go on, what kind of conventions that they visit, what kind of costumes they do, or what kind of new sport techniques they experience, and
But are
share
people
their
sharing?
real experience.
I mean, now it's a Elon Musk problem and stuff, but like, are people still sharing at that level?
Yeah,
Of course, there's a cosplay Twitter, right? But
yeah.
has it? Do you feel like it's fallen off in the past 5 years?
No, we saw actually those. Okay, maybe that's my perception, but those people sort all the guys out who just share memes on their account and won't want to stay in contact with real persons. Yeah, so once you have the real world connection to that person, and the Instagram account is just the extension from that. From where you are coming from is okay, I don't know where you come from. You,
Yes.
what are you using?
I've given you even less
Post.
context about my life, but yeah.
yeah. So my guess would be that you would more be in like game forums or exchange your information about that.
Yeah, I was in esports for like 10 years or so. So like that's like a lot of my Twitter. If I scroll through it, if I go to the following tab, of course, like the algorithm has tossed up garbage at me, right?
Yeah. So you have a higher level of abstraction to the guys that you actually have, because yeah.
I mean, I don't see anyone that I'm following probably 300, 400 people.
Yeah.
I only see brand accounts of like somewhat interested, and maybe that's just a curation problem. But people aren't curating their stuff. I'm
Yeah.
following 200 people, all real people. Like I have 10 brands
Mhm.
mixed in there, right?
Mhm.
Maybe a bit more, maybe 30 or 40. But like humans aren't tweeting out that much. Like this is a human tweeting out, but it's because like he's using it as a platform.
Yeah. So this is kind of how the algorithm works and how they sort it out. Like we don't know exactly, but the guys at Facebook were very open about that. There was a developer, and she said that they actually just made it so that it would keep you on the platform as long as possible and get
Yeah.
clicks, and
Yeah.
it would just get points for that and
Yeah, and
lose
that's
points.
Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. It's like built to be crystal meth, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to trigger the dopamine in your head. It's very addictive, and all the programmers, if I talk to them and they talk about how they battle doom scoring, I trust them more because I know, okay, these guys are at least real, because most programmers
But
nowadays
who are
have
you
a
talking
problem.
to? Are you talking to like people that like work at like Facebook or something that want to like stop people from doom scrolling? Because I mean, clearly it's in their corporate interest, right?
So the thing people that I have in my head are people like that I worked with in the last company that I was working on, and people that I come across here in the Twitch chat. And doom scrolling has been a topic for. I actually don't talk about that, but they come up with how they live, and they say it's cool that they try to find something against doom scrolling. Like over here, we'll show that in my stream. This
I can
summer,
stop screen sharing because I pretty much ran out of things to show.
okay. This is how my YouTube account looks. Yeah. So this is done with an
You're using a user script or whatever to like clear it out.
yeah, it's Unhook. Yeah.
Okay.
an extension.
You're
So-
probably very similar to me, and I think there's a lot of people like us that are like kind of checking out of all the social media they don't want to see, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because you want to really customize your experience. Do you use an ad blocker too, or like do you have a
I-
moral thing against that? Yeah, you do.
at blog. So I have a bunch of things here that are active all the time. Like I have this. This is a German news site, a very good one, but I blocked it because I was reading too many news when I actually should have worked. Yeah.
That's okay. You're really someone after my own heart, because like that's another thing I've been experimenting with Gemini for. Like I used to use some random user scripts and like to just customize different websites, right?
Mhm.
And now I've just been asking like Gemini, like, this is the website I'm using, and I really hate this about it. Like, make me a user script to just change this,
Mhm.
and it works like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, you can also customize it with the user script. It depends a little bit on the browser. So Gemini is just a tool, and just take what works, I guess. And with the AI, also see them as tools, as extensions of your arm and your tool set. But in the end, the real user still has to put in some effort to put in the value. I just
But
see-
I guess I guess you're trying to be like a bit temptatious on my like point that like what I'm using AI for is like kind of the future. Something like I think it is just because like it's lowered the barrier to entry for someone like myself. Who,
Mhm.
like I would want to customize my web experience on a bunch of platforms, but I never had the capability. I would just have to search for stuff other people have done, or some
Yeah.
like arcane post from so long ago. But it's like kind of put that in my toolbox, which it wasn't before.
Yeah. Also, just take the tools of other people, like teamwork. Yeah. So nowadays I'm working in the Unity engine. It's an
Mhm.
engine. I could program my own engine, but
Mhm.
why not take the tool that is already there and has proven over the time? Like I
And
can.
isn't a lot of Unity the ecosystem? Like there's a lot of Unity companies now, right?
Yeah, and you can go back a fast set. You can say, hey, I can work with AI. Hey, why don't I make my own AI to make my stuff? Hey, then I want to code my own AI. Then I can code my own code programming language. You can go a lot back before you then realize, okay, that you made so much work for yourself that you basically have to invent the universe again, and you're never going to do what you actually want to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, people talk about like the power of defaults. Like you can fully customize your coding environment and everything and to spend 100 hours, but you're making it like 1% more efficient. Well, okay, probably more than that. But like
Yeah.
you're spending so long time and it's just never going to be worth it.
Yeah, in the
Whereas
end,
the guy
Yeah.
using text editor on his MacBook is actually coding something that's making $1 million a year.
yeah, on Vim or something, yeah. Like,
Or not even that, like someone like really casually. And that's where I think like the real breakthroughs in like new startups and stuff is going to be people that weren't like in this world before, coming in
Yeah.
with a very specific goal in mind, I think.
yeah, I think there's also guys who produce absolute bullshit and just market it
Yeah,
well.
no, and that's the worst thing. Like the people that are just using AI to pump out product reviews for their Amazon store, 5,000, and they have a workflow now set up to do it like 5 times a day.
Oh, it has always been that way.
Yeah, but it's really ruining the internet. I think there's a reckoning point where the internet is just unusable for like outside of independent platforms. Like for 90% of people, Google search is trash.
I think for adults it's okay. I think it's bad for the kids though, because kids they get thrown all that stuff on them, and like German parents German parents are a little bit behind in digital education, and they don't understand what's going on in Roblox or Minecraft, that you can buy your own custom items there for real money, and kids throw it in there, for example. Yeah, but for adults it's okay. There's always been, when you go back time, even before the internet, people always produced some trash and lived from that, and you can take it in two ways. Like if you start somewhere, all the amateurs are going to start somewhere, and try to live from that. And yeah, if they sell that and have their first experiences, it's not that bad. They barely live from that. And for the educated user, you have the challenge of sorting out the trash from the real thing and put in some skills. So that also is something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, but people like you and me might do that. But like 99%, no, I'll say 90% of internet users, aren't they just going to load up Instagram? They're going to get hooked into any platform for some reason. And then they're just going to like, they don't even know why. They're just going to keep using it in the way they used it. And it's up to like kind of the platform to do it for them.
I'd say like 20% are actually completely unaware. Like, okay, 20% of regular users, not the absolute beginners who make their first experience. They don't all have their problems, but like 20% are lost forever, I guess. But 80% of people are actually aware because everybody talks about it. How many of those people may actually make it to then free themselves from?
Yeah, I mean, it's
all
really
this
like the
spam?
question, like Chrome is stopping ad block support. Like, how many people are going to switch over, or is the alternative good enough? Or like, can Google make a culture shift? Of course, you're always going to find the detractors online that are like saying, "This is the end of Chrome" or whatever. But like, how many people are actually going to make any change as a result of their change?
Yeah, I don't think many users switched to Firefox, which Google.
I really doubt it, but I think Firefox interest online is generally higher than it has been in many years, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed this too, but like people, if there is a viable alternative, people will switch.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't find a stat on that right now. I think some people switched from I switched from Chrome from
It's
Firefox.
really difficult to quantify. I mean, me too. Like, but I find that I need to use Chrome every day for something.
Yeah, I mean, when I started to use Chrome, it was like Google. It was the new, quite nice company that made a very efficient browser back then.
Yeah.
And you had the choice between Firefox and Chrome, and Chrome was just better, plain out of the box.
This is funny because I was looking at the post yesterday. It's actually one of my first tweets in so long because I'm rethinking like the whole way I interact with the internet. And I was looking at like, I commented on the post September 2nd, 2008. And the first comment on Reddit is that like, Google, I don't want your service updating 24/7, which is just like an insane thing that people wouldn't even like think about today. But like, I mean, that was a completely valid criticism that like Firefox never updated automatically in your background. And now they all do, of course, because that's just a change in the paradigm of how people use their computers.
I think as a programmer, I've been working in the hacking space, also working with hackers. You need the updates as fast as possible and make things update
and
automatically.
That became a security thing, and like there's justifications, right? And that's why like other people slowly got on board, right? I
think you have to, on default, it should be turned on because the normal user is not going to realize what is happening there for security reasons. But a user should be able to turn that off. So if I go in here, can you do that?
Yeah, you can probably still do it.
Yeah, you can do it.
And Chrome.
Right? Just type in update and can immediately.
But would you even think of doing that today?
I would not recommend it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because there's fairly valid reasons why you wouldn't. Just the same as you don't want to be on like a 5-year-old smartphone if you're using something sensitive or whatever.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of other reasons outside of security even, right? You don't want your websites slowly breaking when like, I don't think it happens that much these days, but not going to stop people from.
It depends. So if you want to not do that automatically, you should go into the update patch notes and read them through. So if you read something like they optimized the video feed algorithm and your streams are going faster now, but it doesn't work and it is bugged, then you probably don't want that update. But it will be pretty hard to tell even for an expert, and you're going to take a lot of time. So maybe a developer who doesn't want to, because I don't know. I don't have a good reason not to do updates right now.
But anyways, it's just all a point of like the power of defaults and like what people are
Maybe
programmed to do over time.
you can also go back to Arch Linux. You know Arch Linux Unix?
Yeah, I mean,
back?
I've been on the internet a long time. I know the discourse around it if I've never used Arch Linux.
Yeah, I had to install Arch Linux and university. I'm pretty proud that my university also talked in Unix-based systems. Nowadays, a lot of university unfortunately switch over to Mac-based, which has a lot of moral problems since it's not free and very expensive for the students. But you can customize everything, but you're going to use a lot of time. So I would only do that if you really want to do a specific thing, and then it's you kind of have to put it into a box like a Docker.
Or you're saying just in general, like if you're a developer and you want to use Linux, like it's going to waste time because it's like the setup burden, kind of, right?
Depends. when you're a developer, you have the choice of how you want to waste your time, and you have to then be very specific with the reasoning. And the more I learn, I'm like, there's not that one reason that keeps you doing this or that in that operating system. Unfortunately, you have to make your experiences and then judge accordingly. Yeah, that's what I learned so far.
That's cool. So you were saying you have a master's degree in ComSci or
computer science, informatics in German.
I mean, everyone in Europe has a master's degree. I'm from Canada, so it's a bit different. But okay, I didn't mean in any like my wife is Russian and she also has a master's degree through her program. It's a bit different. Like a master's degree in the U.S. and Canada, it's like you have to very intentionally want to go to a master's degree. I feel like in Europe, it's kind of like naturally you're going to go to the master's degree if you're really into school and you finish your bachelor's program, right?
Though I started with 120 students and 20 finished with the master.
So what's the drop off like in Germany? Like from a bachelor's program to master's, like PhD, of course, is very like 1% kind of.
So like I started with 120. I had 20 in the masters, but that I think only 5 were from the original program. But you say 60% of people won't finish a bachelor degree. Most 50% jump off.
Is it really
like,
that high?
Yeah,
I guess it is. Yeah.
50% just go in there and see there's math, and not crystal
maybe
math.
Computer science a bit different.
Yeah, and then they come up with you actually have to learn. The lifestyle is different. You're not asked every week or day what you're doing. You have to do everything by yourself.
Well,
and be
maybe there's not an
self-dependent.
expectation from before of what it's going to be like. Like if you go into a medical program, you probably know what a medical program is going to be like.
Not with the level of German education that we currently have. So you go into university and it's a whole different world from what you have in school. School is pretty easy in Germany, even for the higher education. They sort out, but then in university it's a huge step up from the hours that you have to put in. Like it's for higher education. Can do it with half an hour per day, and in university you have to go with 2 hours per day, which sounds like that's not, but after you visit the courses you have to still study on your own. So you go to your study and then still study 2 hours on your own and you're fine. It actually works out, but it's a huge switch and you have to do that every day. Or you don't go to your study and then have to put in like 6 hours a day. So it's like a full-time job. Maybe not in other degrees, but in computer science, it's definitely very, very hard to do that if you want to finish in time.
And not to send any existential crisis, but if you would do it over again, would you do the same, or would you
Yep.
get into some coding or something?
I would do it exactly the same, and I would be faster because I already have a degree.
Because I guess you're an anime watcher if you're into cosplay, or
I actually started with the League of Legends cosplay back then.
okay,
But yeah, I also watch a little bit of anime.
yeah.
I'm
Jason.
big in Star Wars, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
Original trilogy, right?
I actually
And now I'll judge you based on your answer, right?
I actually like original and the prequels, yeah. With
Yeah.
the sequels, I really like Episode 8, which everybody hates, but
The Jedi one with
yeah.
yeah, I thought it was okay. I never watched the third or the ninth one, right?
Yeah, the ninth one, I watched it and it was okay if you have your distance. Because I don't like J.J. Abrams too much, and yeah,
It's funny. I like J.J. Abrams, but I mean, I couldn't watch like. I never got into. I mean, I guess I was never that into original Star Wars, but like the
Yeah.
original is definitely the most like. This is a good movie for me. The other ones are like, kind of in the fandom. You have to be a bit. Speaking like Yoda.
With the sequels, they all have a bit of fan fiction vibes.
It's exactly like Harry Potter. Like the Harry Potter, the original movies you can watch, and like the first 5, I think, anyone can watch and say like this is good cinema.
Hmm.
But then like the later ones are really like I feel like you have to be in the fandom because they drag them out so long. And then this other trilogy, I mean, I think they were just bad movies, right? But
And I stopped after the first movie, after the original Harry Potter, if you can call it like that. But I think the good ones are actually just Harry Potter 1 and 2. Also, the books go. Oh, the fourth.
are they
book
super
is really
Christmas
good.
movies in Germany?
Christmas movies.
Yeah, because in Russia apparently they're like the most Christmas movie.
Oh, I don't watch television, so I don't know.
Okay,
So
but you don't know like what do they show on German television at Christmas?
I don't know anymore. So I could just say the traditional from the 2010s. That's when I moved out from my parents' home. So after that, I don't watch television at all. So I cannot tell. There's one or two things that they always show on television, like Dinner for One. Do you know that one?
I think I've heard of it.
Dinner for One is what they show.
It's a German show, right? A German movie.
Yeah, but I think that's on New Year's. For I actually didn't even watch television on Christmas, even when I lived at my parents, because we were busy with the Christmas presents and going to church and things. Yeah, even though I'm not a believer. Yeah, but back then I was doing the tradition.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sure. I celebrate 3 Christmases.
And so nowadays I don't celebrate anymore, but that's due to just working a lot. Yeah.
Mm. Even on Christmas? What are you like?
Yep.
Your boss is Scrooge?
Actually, I don't celebrate Christmas at the moment. Yeah, like if I had more time, I think of it like a cultural thing that is interesting, like in the history. But and I also think Christianity has a lot of very good philosophical and moral takes that you should take a look upon. But I don't believe in a god like you can prove that.
Okay, you know, organized religion kind of thing.
Yeah, so I don't take that too seriously.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm the same, right? But
Yeah, so I'm not specifically against the church. I know
But you still,
that
you still associate Christmas with the church. I guess the biggest thing for me, like, Christmas has always been a secular holiday for me. Is it different in Germany then?
it's a holiday. You get free on
Yeah,
Christmas.
but like, do you feel
days.
like it's been secularized, or is it just? It's
Mhm.
like everyone celebrates Christmas in Canada, kind of. Like, even
Yeah,
if
it's
you're Jewish or whatever.
Yeah, everybody does. Like also the Muslims, I guess, because of the vibes.
Mhm.
You,
Yeah,
you,
yeah, it's just a vibes holiday.
you could
And the same thing with.
you could say it's business, but I think it's also vibes. Like that's why it works out for the business. Because
I mean, people are not going to celebrate stupid holidays if it's just because of corporate interest. Corporate interest definitely like kind of intertwines with it a lot of the time, but
yeah, it goes hand in hand.
people celebrate Valentine's Day because they want to celebrate their partner or whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't work out if there wasn't a real reason behind it. So, I think there's worse things in corporate business.
There's
Like
definitely worse things in society than cultural traditions or something.
if it goes to the big abstraction levels where it doesn't have a base in reality anymore. This is where I think things get dangerous very very fast. Where business owners get completely in their own worlds and their own heads, and lose their grip to the real thing, which is can happen quite fast. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but now I've got you so off of your programming work. You were
Yeah.
probably so
Yeah, I
so
basically
focused, locked in.
I have to kind of continue,
Mm.
but with your AI programming, I would say where I'm skeptical is if you try to get too much into the dev right now. Be careful that it doesn't become a time thing where you sink in a lot of time, and
I think for me, I'm kind of a bit immune to that, just because the fact that I will never program a like 10,000 user site myself with
Mhm.
the AI code editor. Like it's never going to be a thing. So I'm just like thinking of the like, as I said originally, like it's prototyping new ideas.
yeah. So you're doing good and bad things at the same time. Like you're getting to know this new technology, and you also see that by trying out things, you're getting to know the dangers and the benefits firsthand. So that experience will come in handy later. Yeah.
I think it's essential. Basically, the next generation of work is like it's going to be the philosophical question. Like, if we can do this 10% faster, and well, okay, probably like 50% faster, and definitely like 20% cheaper with AI, like why wouldn't every company get rid of half their staff?
No, I
And
think
society just can't function that way.
I think society just what I saw on the Unity Asset Store, that people just sort out AI automatically. I'm not sure
That's
if
right now. I mean, I don't want to be like one of those people that like AI is coming, it's like here today kind of thing. But like, you don't think big corporations like they have a like they need to use it? Like, of course, like someone making something handcrafted and a really good indie game or something, it's not going to use random AI assets for maybe ever, right?
no,
Because
you
people will
customize
always be
them.
able to tell. Or yeah, they'll use it as a starting point.
So
And there's like real artistry there.
Unity, the thing is, if you want to make money with AI or be big with AI, you don't generate the stuff. You provide the service that generates the stuff. That's where you make the money actually right now. So,
But I mean, I would say this is an art form, like as it is. Like, there's so much programming hours and whatever else used for corporate like backends and whatever else.
Mhm.
They'd be stupid to like not automate like so much of that, and not even like. I'm really like being super reductive here because I can't make the full argument, and I don't even know if I fully like believe that it's what's
So-
going to happen.
Unity, for example, they have this Muse thing, It's a new module that you can get into Unity that is an AI assistant. And with that, you can actually generate, for example, materials like textures and stuff, yeah? And what's going to happen is not that the artists that are going to work in their topic, that they lose their job, but they pick up the AI and they use the
then
AI.
they become 10x more efficient, and then there's 10 times less artists. And
That can happen, but it does not have to be. I think the artist, if you draw your stuff, I draw my stuff, and the repetitive tasks, they are pretty boring, like making these patterns for bricks and stones and everything. This is something that you just give to an AI, and the boring stuff you give to it, and you actually do the real stuff, like getting that into the game.
I that is the like optimist like perspective, right? But I just don't see how there can be as many people doing that as like, I mean, how do they currently make 3D movies and stuff? Isn't it like Korean render farms where there's like 10,000?
Oh, I actually know German.
Or like The Simpsons, like isn't it made like all by Korean studios, and like can't they get rid of like half of those, for example? It just depends on the task and like if it's actually like back end or front end kind of like.
It will scale back. It will scale back. So once the repetitive task can be done by an AI, the people will just up the quality. Like there are German companies, and I've been at the university. They have contracts with Wired, so the guys behind League of Legends, and there's German behind the trailers. Yeah, and I taught with the university. And they say they just take what whoever is good enough to work for them and make them work, because there's not enough people who can do that stuff. Yeah, and it's actually the problem to get a 1-minute trailer, to get enough people who are actually able to do that, and the people who are able to do that have their hands full with overtime, especially the art director. So they don't have to do that much overtime anymore with AI, when they can just give the most repetitive tasks to them. But
did you read what was the company that recently put out the AI statement? Was it Shopify or something?
an AI studio?
No, it's like just we're kind of just talking philosophically, right? There was Shopify, right? Who makes all the web platform for shopping, right? I can link you it. It's like he made like an internal memo that's like really like I gotta find the full thing, but he's just saying like employees have to prove that AI can't do their job better. Which I think that's going to be the corporate like marching orders for the next 10 years, even if it's not a good thing. It's like that's what's inevitably going to happen, because some companies are going to have success with that model. Some companies are going to do really stupid things with it.
Yeah, I think I've been working with toxic people, for example, in a company, and the bad thing is the toxic people are always like, everybody is working bad, and they are all working less than me. I'm working harder, and normally that's the people who have the worst quality and production. And the good guys are those who try to put out as much as they can. They work hard, and they think they are the bad ones, and try to improve themselves over and over again. Yeah. So
yeah, definitely.
So the AI is going to hook those people who try to improve themselves, and they're going to go and try to go deep into AI and improve their own work, while the guys who think everybody is not giving their best and should maybe be fired because they are not as good as they are, they're going to use AI to enhance their own vision of themselves being that good, and probably going to suck at it a lot. And those people who try to do. I mean, you have first-hand experience with the challenges with AI.
It sounds like you're a bit more optimistic on like humans than me, and I'm a bit more optimistic on like the technology, like just growing at a rate that's like it's not even going to matter the human dynamic, because like in a few years, I mean, there's still going to be toxic people and non-toxic people, but like
I'm very pessimistic for people who are not experts, to be honest, because AI is going to sort them out. And while I was able to train a new developer in a couple of years, like 2 to 3 years, and then he would slowly be becoming a junior developer and then get his experience. That is going to be much harder in the future to even get to that level. Now it's very hard right now to get to a junior developer level. With all the frameworks that came up in the 2010s, where it was a clusterfuck of frameworks for web development. We have been following that one.
Yeah. What's it? Facebook.
Yeah, and that made it really hard, even though basically you can do everything with Node.js and just be happy. Yeah. But they made it really hard.
What I understand, everything got really complicated.
Yeah.
And then everything got really simple, and now it's like, it's just this.
Yeah, people are doing the same thing with AI currently. They see all the models, the AI models. You can't try them all out. Yeah, it's impossible. And things are getting so complicated. But in the end, people find the way, okay, then to simplify the thing again, for if you do your own company, just decide on an AI model, do your thing, and don't hunt newer technology or other models then. They are busy with other stuff for the next 2-3 years. Yeah. But yeah, for the base users they will try to start, then AI throws code at them that is much too complicated. Thanks for the follow, by the way.
You got your stream all set up. Like, have you been streaming long? Have you been streaming for a long time?
Yeah, for 2 to 3 years. But since I'm not streaming gaming, I gave up on trying to get viewers or a high number, because
I was streaming a few days, like just seeing if anyone would pop in, and it seems like no one comes if like you're a 0 viewer stream. It just there's no discoverability on Twitch. That's the thing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's all not many people will drop into a Unity coding stream, I think.
Yeah, I actually think, but I think in it a good way, because I don't provide the value for a stream. Like, I wouldn't watch it by myself, so I would just drop in and view the VODs. So this is where I see.
I'm just curious. Like, do you watch? Who's the big guy that got into all the controversy? What's his name?
I'm busy at the moment, just trying to push out an asset to live from it.
Okay.
And after that, I have to find a company. So trying to work in the gaming development space is really hard in Germany, because there's.
And is it not getting harder?
Yeah, it's clearly getting harder. Yeah, so it has always been hard. So since I'm a programmer, I still have a good chance, because programmers are rare, and good programmers are even rarer and seeked for. But
and you choose to work in Unity because there's enough companies hiring and whatever else, and like the ecosystem is there, right?
Yeah, but it's still hard, because I've been working for a company, and I saw that they were completely incompetent, and then I was in that game where I was like, okay, I can't quit right now because I want the steady income, and tried to work on my own assets, so I have a passive income, so I have a fallback option for the next company when I work with them. If I see that there's problems with the team, or that the whole project doesn't make sense or something, or they just fire me, I still have an income. Yeah? It's always good to have a fallback option. And I generate, for me, this generates a lot of knowledge, because I try to clean code. If you're working in the workspace you're trying to get work in, it's always going to be of value. But since I try to be real and we really put out assets, and I have put out some, it's also a very, very time intensive doing this all alone. Yeah. So
No, I mean, thank you for the conversation stuff.
yeah, no
Definitely
problem.
happen again sometime, and not bother you for so many hours,
Yeah.
disrupting your workflow.
Oh no, if I stream, I should be able to
No, it's cool.
to do that. So I pretty much stream all the day when I'm not doing sports. Yeah, that's the only thing that I do except of coding and streaming. Yeah, sports and a little bit of cosplay. Yeah. So
Yeah, there's a convention this
Thank you.
weekend here. I'm gonna check it out.
yeah, basically with your AI projects, yeah, I just can wish you good luck, and I think yeah, be careful not to try too difficult things, because the AI is always going to be very basic.
I guess I would just say it's really not about the coding for me. Like, I don't think I'm going to become a good coder from AI. Though I think theoretically someone could. Younger person that's just like really self-taught, really like motivated.
If at the moment we are all safe from AI. Yeah, the guys who get fired from AI, the guys who fire people because they think AI does their job better, they don't have a clue what AI is. Yeah, and they're going to regret it then when they come up with all the AI slop and bullshit AI comes with.
Maybe I'm a little more optimistic. The slop and bullshit. I mean, that's human driven. I think it's not necessarily the models.
In the expert field at least, with the support, their support teams going to get fired, and the AI is actually there where they can get your request, your support request, and pretty much when you're in the support team and somebody says, okay, my game crashes, the first answer that you give is, have you tried the reinstall? Have you tried the driver update and this? And I can actually customize the response to the user better than a real human can. So there's real value
if it's implemented well. But I would say the same thing about that. Like from your criticism, like you look at the Unity store and all the AI assets are at the bottom.
Yeah. So
those are the worst customer experience. Like right now, any chatbots for the last 5 years have been the worst for customer experience.
Yeah,
they're getting better, but
yeah. So I think that it's good to have a human behind that kind of reads over that. But it's a very repetitive task. But support team is still a repetitive task if you do it as a human without AI. It always has been. So
yeah.
I guess it's just like the bad thing is guys will lose their job, so they're repetitive tasks because they're a student and they just want to do something to have their income, and now they get fired and the company doesn't need them anymore. That's bad. So what do these people do then? Yeah,
they learn to code.
Yeah, but you need people who work at the low level. You can't just have experts only. They have to come from somewhere.
Because like that's what everyone. It was the whole like cultural thing in the 2010s, right? That like let's teach them to code, right? And now it's like no one's saying that, right? Because it's not. It's
just vibe code or something. But that's good. But you're going to lose that battle. Yeah.
For society as a whole. We don't need that many coders. Like people thought that it would just keep going. Like we'll need more software developers and more software developers.
Yeah,
it's gonna plateau.
Oh, it's not going to plateau because the digital environment is just such a time thing. And when I show you here, the buttons are duplicated. And if you tell a manager about that what you are going to do here, and he's not going to care a lot about that. What kind of lists are behind that? Yeah, so you're working on an issue that companies basically you yourself in a week are not going to care about that. Yeah. So programmers are very much needed, but AI is very dangerous because then it sorts out, so you only need experts anymore. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, and if you look at the company bosses, there's a lot of bosses who are not experts by themselves. Elon Musk pretty much has become insane in the last decade.
I would
he's
say they're all not experts, right? Like even like the most tuned in CEO, like people have pretty good opinion probably of Mark Zuckerberg internally at Facebook. Like he's not. It's hard to say.
so
Is he in the day to day that like could he be a junior programmer there and really be efficient?
so yeah. Do you know John Carmack?
Quake.
Yeah, you can look at his stuff a little bit, and he's been working with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, and he actually left Meta, Facebook. He was at Facebook
With,
as a consultant.
yeah, didn't he come with Lucker Palmy with the VR headsets?
Yeah,
He was at
yeah.
Oculus before.
Yeah, and that's why he got to Meta, because Meta was trying to get into VR space, and he criticized a lot of the management and before he left then. So he's still a more positive guy. Yeah? That's why I follow him, because he's very, very the same as me. He also is one guy who just made millions with just basic coding. But you can see, as he pretty much is one of the people who put a lot of work into his stuff and is very base level. He became a millionaire. He's absolute an exception. And even though most of the gaming development nowadays is based on his work or has a reference to it, he's not a billionaire. Yeah. So that's the Elons, the guy who buy themselves into that. And this is where it's dangerous, because these guys have a level of abstraction that they don't get what the real people there get. They will never be on the same level as the real geniuses, but they try to appear as them. Yeah. And they also think they are. So that's the double...
stolen valor, as they would say.
Yeah, so these have to fall, or we are going to work with people who are at a very high abstraction level of what actually is going on there. And companies, I think it will prove them that companies can work without a lot of people. That's what Elon Musk says. He wants to get rid of most people, and what are the people are going to do then? Yeah. So I think
a lot to think about. I will not distract you any longer.
yeah, it's okay.
And
so
I gotta go talk to my wife.
Okay, good luck then, and have a nice day.
Very nice to meet you. What was your name?
My name,
John.
yeah, my real name is Jonas. Jonas in,
Jonas.
but you can just say John. Jonas, it's a little bit harder to pronounce.
It's also a Finnish name, I think, or maybe they stole it from.
Yeah, it's a biblical name, so it's
I'm a Canadian that lives in Finland the last 6 years, and my name is William. Nice
so nice. So I think how does it in the Finlands?
Right now it's way too hot.
Way too hot for once. Then it will be too cold for the rest of the year.
I have kind of like a window glazed balcony, right? And then all the heat attracts in there, and now it's like heating my whole apartment.
And then the mosquitoes are going to come in because the ice is melting.
There's no mosquitoes in Helsinki.
Oh.
I think North Finland, it's a huge problem, obviously, but like no. I mean, where I grew up in Canada, there's mosquitoes every summer, right?
Yeah.
Never had a mosquito I had to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta go. Nice
okay, goodbye. So I will be heading to the toilet real quick, and after that I will just continue from work.
Charging battery. small businesses, telephone communication is still a kind of groping in the dark.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Finn.
But now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use. So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system and put an end to AT&T, the right choice.
Okay, just fix the bug. Going to eat.
with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah! It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away.
And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't fear, don't shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-upper.
So let's jump up super high up in the sky, slow power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar. No one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch. Get ready for this. Oh, let's do the Odyssey. Come on. What I say, you say. 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 Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, Odyssey.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Hi guys, I'm continuing after some meal. Hi. Oh, this is Scratch. Yeah. So yeah. So I hope that I can get so far that I can tell that the main system, well, currently it's completely fine and everything is working. Is everything working? It's everything they tested works. Yeah. So we can go back at the actual work. Yeah. I think it's a little bit slow when we deploy, but it's probably because we instantiate a lot. Oh, that's not. Oh, I know why. It does not change the radius. Yeah. Okay. So lots of work to do. I hope because in the radius function, it's. I tried to optimize that, and I think the optimization failed. Can roll that back though. Let's go. So without even knowing what's going on, and that it's over here with this copy of these instances, and we're working on that. Doesn't make much sense, to be honest. I don't know why it's not working right now. Yeah. So I think it's not calling this function. Let's just see. Oh, now it does. No, of course, when we test it out. Oh, this looks sick, to be honest. This actually isn't that sick, but it looks sick, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, you can actually... Holy. Oh, that looks sick. Yeah, so this is semi 3D. It's actually not 3D at all, but it looks like it's trying to. Just a parallax effect. It's awesome. Like if you could make this work in an environment that would do this, that would be awesome. Like you come by and it does like this, but I don't know, but the spin gives it something like, oh no, that's sick. Yeah, but I need to find out why. Oh, now it stopped updating. Yeah, I think the draw radius is. I don't know what's up what's happening, to be honest. All I know is this looks sick. Bro. No. It's a little bit too big. Yeah, now you can see that it's flat. But before it was, that looked quite interesting. And the bug fixing. So basically, normally I try to analyze what kind of bug did happen. Instead of fixing the bug, if possible, I always make the system more stable. I have no idea what's happening right now here. So let's find out. Maybe it does always work if we reset this. Let me try out though. Yeah, once I changed the preset, it seems to work again. So what makes it so? So what makes it so that it does not reset itself? I think it's not for the copy. Yeah, I think once we rotate it, now it won't. Yeah. Okay, so it has nothing to do with this. The rotation. Okay, we can solve that. Cool.
Ken ich mod sen?
Stimmt nicht.
Worm nicked. Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance.
Was da, Bro? Dann mal. Gerade noch. Ich muss jetzt auch gucken. Noch 5 Minuten, dann muss ich zum Sport. Danach gebe ich Training. Und ich muss mich jetzt beeilen. Und im Ruhrgebiet, sagen wir es so, NRW. Ah ja, ein Niedersachse also.
Okay, we're currently pretty bug free. So I'm going to end this stream right now. Just trying to get the project to be in a good state. Okay, and here we have some new features. So here's the actual parallax brush. Yeah, and currently have the offset function over here. It shows you the distance to the mouse and the angle. And we have a rotate function that also has an angle attached to it, so you can actually see what you're doing. So with the offset, that tells you the distance and the angle. So there's a lot of information going on here, yeah, that you can give to the user, and this is pretty new. And all the other things, we're just cleaning up a lot of bugs today. So make rotate mouse not randomly rotate. That's done. It's now rotating so that it's always rotating so that it sets itself upwards. You can see that the stone will always the object will always face the mouse. Yeah, so that is now normed. Show distance and magnitude and rotation angle as a number. Fix preset, setting another preset. Yeah, setting the whole group. Fix undo call for parallax preview. Don't know. Draw a set of clouds and yeah. So line bushes preset. Okay. So overall, these are the tasks that we have to finish until we can release. And that's it for today, at least for the first part. I'm going to stream in the afternoon again, but I still need to make a quick git add git commit -n improve user experience and git push. So we push that to git, and I say thank you for tuning in and see you next time. I'll be off to give some exercise and see you next time. Bye.